Bunga bertampur bisa berjaya ke tanah Pelitong. Santun bijaksana, indah elok rupanya.
Cek satu, cek, 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 cek satu, cek, cek, cek satu, cek, cek, cek satu, cek, cek 1 2 3, cek, 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 cek 1 2 3, cek, cek, cek. Cek satu, cek, cek.
C. Mic MC kurang gede. Cek sa C 1 2 C A. Cek A. Mic podium.
Cek 1 2 3.
Oke.
Terlalu
Ngehiung.
cek, cek,
Cek.
cek. Cek satu, cek, 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 Ageng Teng. Cek 1 2 3, cek, 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 cek satu, cek, cek,
C.
cek satu, cek, cek, cek,
Mic
cek,
MC,
cek,
mic
cek,
MC.
cek satu, cek, 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 cek.
Oke, cukup.
Cek 1 2 3. Mohon izin Pak Warek, Pak Dekan. Saya akan menyampaikan beberapa hal terkait info penyelenggaraan seminar pada pagi hari ini. Terima kasih kepada para presenter yang sudah hadir di Auditorium Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Ada beberapa hal yang ingin kami sampaikan terkait teknis. Nanti setelah mudah-mudahan kita bisa sekitar 5 menit kita akan mulai pembukaan, kemudian akan dilanjutkan dengan sesi di main room.
Oke, saya balikin ke yang satu. Yang siapa dulu nih yang makanya? Yang tadi, yang pertama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning all. May peace be upon us all. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Greeting of virtue. Good morning. I'm Selvi Pratiwi and my partner
Mawar Siswanto
will be the host for today
at the event
the 6th of International Conference of Arts and Education, the carries them
Digital Culture in Art and Design Education to improve the quality of education and society.
Firstly, I would like to thank you to our Vice Chancellor for Research, International Affairs, Partnership and Business of Education University of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu, MPD, ME. Dear Dr. Philosophy Yudha Sukmayati, MPD, as a Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Design Education.
This event will be opened by singing Indonesian national anthem called Indonesia Raya. Audience may stand up. audience can now back to sea.
Entering the next agenda, the recitation of the prayer. To Dr. Haji Mat Ali MA, please lead the prayer for us. You may come to the podium.
Hadirin yang dimuliakan Allah, marilah kita memohon kepada Allah semoga kegiatan konferensi internasional ini dapat berjalan dengan baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin. Hamdan yafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. يا ربنا لك الحمد ولك الشكر ولك الملك كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. Ya Allah, ya badi'us samawati wal ard, segala puji bagimu ya Rabbana atas segenap kenikmatan yang telah Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami. Di antara nikmat itu adalah nikmat kehalusan rasa dan ketajaman budi, nikmat keindahan dan keharmonian hidup, nikmat keberagaman dan kebersamaan. Ya Jamil, Ya Muhibbul Jamal, wahai Allah yang Maha Indah, yang mencintai keindahan, sebagai wujud rasa syukur kami atas segenap kenikmatan itu, hari ini kami berkumpul di tempat ini untuk menyelenggarakan seminar internasional dalam bidang pendidikan seni dan desain. Untuk itu kami mohon kepadamu ya Allah, semoga seminar ini akan menghasilkan pemikiran-pemikiran yang cemerlang, pemikiran yang inovatif, berdaya guna bagi kemajuan sains dan teknologi, khususnya di bidang seni dan desain, yang akan memberi manfaat dan maslahat bagi kemajuan peradaban umat manusia. Ya Allah, Ya Muyassir, mudahkan segala urusan kami. Semoga kegiatan seminar ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar, efektif dan efisien dari awal hingga akhir. Akhirnya, Ya Allah, Ya Ghaffar, ampuni segala dosa dan kesalahan kami, dosa dan kesalahan ibu bapa kami, para pemimpin kami, dan dosa kesalahan saudara-saudara kami, dan segenap kaum muslimin. Rabbana yassir lana umurana kullaha, wa la tu'assir, Rabbi tammim bil khairi ajma'in. اللهم انفعنا بما علمتنا وعلمنا ما ينفعنا وزدنا علما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار والحمد لله رب العالمين. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Haji Mat Ali MA. May the prayers will be answered by the God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Ladies and gentlemen, Let's continue to the opening remarks session. The first opening remarks will be delivered by Head of the Organizing Committee of Icade, Dr. Heni Komalasari, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Professor Dr. M. Solehuddin, MPD, as Director Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Partnership and Business, Professor Dr. Benyamin Matpuh, MPD, MA, and Professor Sumikwon as the keynote speaker. Distinguished speaker, Dr. Muhammad Fazli bin Sairani, Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin Benyamin Abdul Aziz, Dr. Rita Miliartini, MSI, and Mr. Patrick Gunawan Hartono. Honorable guests and all participants, welcome to the 6th International Conference on Art and Design Education, Icade 2023. In this good opportunity, please receive my honor gratitude as a chief of the 6 Icade committees, to Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Solehuddin, MPD, MA, as Director of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and all Vice and Dean of FSD, Professor Dr. Filosofi Yudi Sukmayadi, and all vice and staff for all the assist, support, participation, and cooperation in carrying out in this 6 Icade greatly. This year, theme, Digital Culture in Arts, Education, and Design. The 6 Icade seek to bring academic, educator, researcher, practitioner, student and entrepreneur from culturally diverse backgrounds together to share and transfer cutting-edge knowledge and practice on art and design on global basis. This conference is also managed to hold as a means of forging alliance between art and design education on national and international level. This year, we offer a dynamic concept for understanding digital culture, how we can become smart digital citizens to equip ourselves in this rapidly shifting world so we can adapt to the opportunities that digital culture has to offer, as well as provide positive feedback for fastly changing technology. In this wonderful opportunity, the 6 Icade, attended by nearly 60 presenters, co-presenters, and participants from various countries such as Nottingham, United Kingdom, Michigan, USA, Wittenberg, Germany, Korea, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and from different parts of Indonesia. The selected paper of this conference will then be published on Proceeding, indexed by Scopus by Nova Publishers. As a parting shot, let me express my sincere gratitude to the keynote speaker, plenary speaker, featured speaker committee, as well as the attendees and presenters we have come to love. Please accept my sincere gratitude to everyone who made a contribution and worked tirelessly to make this conference a success. If there is anything missing or incorrect during this conference, kindly accept my sincere apologies. May all powerful God honor all of our God dates and enable us to work together once more and the upcoming Icade event. I am grateful. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Ms. Henny, for the information and acknowledge which have been given us.
Let's go on to the next opening speech to our dear Doctor, Philosophy Yudhisukmayadi MPD, as the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Design Education. The place is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th International Conference on Arts and Design Education. I am honored and pleased to introduce our distinguished guests here today. First, I welcome the Honorable Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftuh, the Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Partnership and Business of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. He will deliver the opening remarks and officially open this conference. Next, I welcome the Honorable Deans, Vice Dean, and Directors of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Faculties, School Postgraduate, and campuses in various regions, and the head of the study program. I would also like to welcome the honorable guests from other institutions who have kindly joined us at this conference. Today with us are the Honorable Dr. Retno Dwi Marwati, Director of Institut Seni Budaya Indonesia Bandung, the Honorable Dr. Seni Sucana Alwasilah, the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Literature, Universitas Pasundan Bandung, and the Honorable Dr. Buki Wikagu, the Head of the School of Music Bandung. They are respected figures in the arts and culture who have contributed to developing and preserving Indonesian heritage. I would also like to welcome the Honorable keynote and plenary speakers who have kindly agreed to share their valuable insights and experiences with us. They are eminent scholars and experts from various science education and innovation fields from Indonesia and abroad. Today, with us are the Honorable Professor Sumi Kwon, Professor from the Department of Elementary Education, Korea National University of Education. Thank you. The Honorable Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin bin Abdul Aziz from College of Creative Arts UTM Malaysia. The Honorable Patrick Hartono from the Department of Computing, Goldsmiths University of London. The Honorable Dr. Rita Miliartini from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And the Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Ta'ib bin Sairani from the Faculty of Music and Performing Arts, Sultan Idris Education University, UPSI, Malaysia. Thank you. Last but not least, I would like to welcome all the participants who have registered for this conference. You are the main actors of this event who will present your research findings, exchange ideas, and will network with other researchers. The 6th International Conference on Arts and Design Education was formally welcomed by distinguished guest members, speakers, and all attendees. The Faculty of Arts and Design Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, hosts the 6th Icade, an international conference. This conference covers various topics, including interdisciplinary art, music, dance, fine art, drama, theater, visual art, visual communication design, and technology in art education. This conference aims to broaden our global network for potential future collaboration by promoting new notions, innovations, adaptation, and creativity to sustain either the art subject or objects, in addition to sharing and exchanging the most recent knowledge and practice in discipline related to art within this year's theme scope, digital culture in arts, education, and design. Once again, I thank everyone who spoke at this excellent opportunity, especially the keynote speakers, for sharing their ideas, recommendations for best practices, and finding from research on a particular aspect of the arts and arts education. The rector and vice rector who always supported us in making this conference inspiring, deserve my gratitude as well. I also want to express my gratitude and appreciation to the authors, lecturers, graduate students, postgraduate students, participants, Icade committees, and everyone else who helped. We hope that coming together at this conference can strengthen our relationship and advance the study of art and its application. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Philosophy Yudi Sukmayadi, MPD.
We continue to the next opening speech from our Vice Chancellor for Research, International Affairs, Partnership, and Business of Education, University of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu, MPD, MA. Please come to the podium.
Very good morning. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Professor Dr. Philosophy Yudi Sukmayadi, Dean of Faculty of Art and Design Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Also Honorable Professor Dr. Triyanti Nugrahini, Vice Dean for Academic Affairs of Faculty of Art and Design Education, and Honorable Dr. Heni Komalasari, the head of committee. And I would like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished keynote speaker. First, Professor Sumi Kwon from Korea National University of Education. Welcome to Bandung, to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Also, I'd like to extend my welcome also to distinguished invited speaker, Dr. Muhammad Fazli Taib bin Sairani from UPSI, Universitas Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, and also Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin bin Abdul Aziz, Dr. Rita Miliartini from UPI, and also Dr. Patrick Gunawan Hartono. Without the help of everyone present, this event would not have been possible. It is an honor to have such distinguished gathering of experts and scholars in this field, and I'm confident that the discussion and presentation over the next few days will be both enlightening and thought-provoking. The conference theme, Digital Culture in Art Education and Design, was mentioned in the conference introduction. As we explore the intersection of digital technology and the art, we hope to gain a deeper understanding of the ways in which these two fields can complement and enhance each other, and how we can best prepare our students for the challenges and opportunities of the digital age. The ideas and experiences that artists and educators had while trying to keep their field alive should be shared. For the sixth Icade conference, top academic, designers, artists, and researchers will assemble. Through its mission of integrating knowledge and skill across a variety of fields and activities, personally and socially, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia continuously uphold its commitment to pushing and assisting the entire faculty in creating an academic environment and developing academic activity to embody the vision. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire committee and FPSD UPI for their hard work in ensuring that this conference went off without a hitch. May it turn out to be good deeds that receive an equal reward from our Lord. May this conference be able to support the aspiration of many related people, especially the community of art and design education, to develop spirit ideas that are qualified, adaptable, and inspiring. Additionally, may this conference contribute to the importance of knowledge and abilities, as well as its theoretical and practical recommendation in the era of art and design education. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open the 6th International Conference on Art and Design Education. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu, MPD, MA, for remarks and for the opening of the seminar.
We continue our agenda to the most interesting part of each opening of an event by Indonesian. There is a dance performance from Student Dance Department, Faculty of Art and Design Education. Kisah Masa Gaulan is a dance work inspired by the story of the Sriwijaya Kingdom in the Sijok area in the 13th century. The Belitung Sedulang Kingdom was founded, which at the time was very successful because the polite and wise character of the goddess of flowers made the people very respectful and happy. So, there it became the impression of the name, Tanjung Bunga Village, or now there's the called Tanjung Binga. So this is Kisah Masa Gaulan.
Bunga
What an excellent performance from students from Dance Department, Faculty of Arts and Design Education. Thank you so much. Before we continue to the next agenda, we want to invite our Vice Chancellor for National Affairs, Partnership and Business of Education, University of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Benyamin Maftu, MPD, MA, and our Dean of the Faculty of Art and Design Education, Mr. Dr. Puloso Yuti Sukmayati, MPD, and all our invited speakers to take photo together. Because this is the really happy situation. And this is the special moment, of course. Yes. Okay, thank you.
For your information and remind us, this seminar series of Icade the 6 carries the theme Digital Culture in Art and Design Education to improve the quality of education and society.
Ladies and gentlemen, next, let's directly enter the core event, which is the presentation of the material by the keynote speakers as well as the panelists, which also closed by discussion, and there's also will be question and answer session. The panelists will be guided directly by Mr. Irwan Sarbeni, MSN. So, please join us and welcome Mr. Irwan Sarbeni, MSN.
Check. Is it clear? Check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thank you so much for the mistress of ceremonies for allowing me leading the main session of the conference. And now, let me allow to introduce myself. I'm Benny from Film and Television Study Program, FPSD UP. For a couple hours forward, I'll be guiding this main session as a moderator. So first of all, I personally would like to greet all distinguished professors and dear all participants who've been around this morning, both on-site and online. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6th International Conference on Art and Design Education. We wish you a really enjoy discussions for today. Hello. And hello for the audience. Okay, and to make sure that everything's running well in the online side, I would like also greet our beloved online speakers and participants. Good morning. Okay, which camera should I see? Okay. Good morning, all online participants and distinguished speakers. Hope you find like every day. And please certainly report to the committee if you got a problem with the connection. Okay. So before we go further, allow me to read the speech rundown of the day. This conference is held both on-site in Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia as well as online. And this agenda will be divided into 3 sections, which includes presentation from the keynote speakers, presentation from invited speakers, and the last Q&A session. And before the speakers deliver their presentation, I will be giving you an introductory of each speaker by reading their brief curriculum vitae. And the time available for each speaker is 30 minutes. And to optimize the time, every speaker will be pleased to refer to the timer available in front of us. Or you may ask me to remind you in the last 10 or 5 minutes. Okay, and special for the online panelists, you may have the audio visual check before beginning this speech to make sure that things are running well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us come to the first agenda. We are going to welcome Professor Sumi Kwon from Korea. You may have your stage. Professor Sumi Kwon is an alumnus of Columbia University for doctoral degree of music education and alumnus of Columbia University Manhattan School of Music for master degree of music education and piano. And alumnus of MH Women's University for Bachelor of Art on Music. Is it correct? Okay. You may clarify too for this one if it's a bit incorrect. And currently, Professor Sumi Kwon worked as a professor in piano, class piano and music education in Korea National University of Education, Korea. And previously, she was adjunct professor also in MH Women's University and also visiting professor in Hansei University. Okay, so without further ado, we please Prof. Sumi Kwon to have the stage. The stage is yours, please. Oh, yeah, the PowerPoint will be presented here.
Hello, my name is Sumi Kwon. I'm a professor from Korea National University of Education. As a keynote speaker for the 6th International Conference on Arts and Design Education, I am deeply honored to be here with all of you. As we emerge from the challenges of COVID-19 for the last 3 years, now we find ourselves facing with rapid digital transformation in tide with Fourth Industrial Revolution. I believe that this conference will be a platform for every participant to improve the quality of our arts and arts education. I would like to deeply express my gratitude to the Faculty of Art and Design Education at University Pendidikan, Indonesia, for their hard work and dedication in organizing and preparing for this big conference. I also would like to express my deep appreciation to Professor Yuki Skumayadi and Professor Henny Komalasario, the chairman of this Icade conference. I'm a pianist and music educator. Currently, I'm a professor at the Korea National University of Education and an editor-in-chief of Korean Journal of Research in Music Education, which has been indexed in Scopus since 2022. Yes, just last night, I was asked to send my CV. It's a long history of my study background. Yes, I studied both piano and music education. The first, my master and doctoral degree is from Manhattan School of Music as a pianist for 7 years of study. And then I studied music education from Columbia University, this master degree and doctoral degree for 6 years. Since my first visit to Indonesia in 2015 as a pianist for the Jakarta International Summer Music Festival, this is my second visit to Indonesia, but first in Bandung. Today, I will be presenting on the topic of music education in the era of digital transformation from the perspective of a music educator. Over the past 3 years, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has posed significant challenges worldwide. Especially, it has accelerated the development of teachers and students' digital literacy skills. However, in the case of music performance and music education, there has been ongoing concern about the difficulties of a digital learning environment, and a debate is still going on. So, today my presentation aims to investigate the advantages and limitations of conducting music education in digital learning environment, and the technical constraints, the utilization of instructional media and teaching strategy to overcome these limitations, and the challenges that future music education will face. For theoretical background, I would like to briefly review the changes in music industry, along with the 4 major industrial revolutions that impacted on human history. In the realm of artistic creation, music is considered the most analog form of art, expressing human thought and feeling through sound. However, it cannot be denied that technological advancements have been intertwined with the growth of music industry. By examining the evolution of music industry in line with the industrial revolutions, we aim to anticipate the changes, the future in music education. This is the first industrial revolution, which began in the mid-18th century. That is marked the era of a transition from the agricultural society to the establishment of factories of mass production based on steam engine-powered mechanization. Concurrently, in the world of music during the same period, the piano was invented by Cristofori around 1700. That evolved into an instrument with enhanced volume and range and surpassing the limitations of a harpsichord. Coinciding with the French Revolution and the First Industrial Revolution, the bourgeois, who gained social status and means of production, showed a fondness for the piano and classical music as symbols of their cultural refinement. In the realm of music, the transition from the vocal-centric Baroque era, where the human voice was considered the ultimate instrument, to the classical era saw the emergence of various instrumental compositions and performances. This transformation contributed to the advancement of music history and was made possible by the development of instrument-making technology. This is the second industrial revolution, spanning regularly roughly 70 to 80 years, from the late 19th century to early 20th century, was defined by the utilization of electricity as a power source. Electricity not only enabled the automation of factories for mass production, but also drove the development of innovations like movie and radios and phonographs. During this period, advancements in electrical technology had a significant impact on the music industry, that is, phonograph. Phonograph was invented by Edison in year of 1877. It was originally not for music, but rather started as a device that could record and reproduce sound. This invention laid the foundation for the evolution of music playback and recording back in the music content industry. This is the third industrial revolution, which began in the early 1960s, refers to the knowledge and information revolution based on computers and internet. Before this period, information sharing primarily occurred through books and newspapers, but with the development of information and communication technology, news from all around the world started being delivered in real time. Maybe in Seoul, who saw my Instagram and Facebook, they can see what's going on in Indonesia, in Bandung, in real time, through computer and internet. Initially, music was transmitted solely through audio recordings by the invention of phonographs. However, in the year of 1981, the United States introduced a music-focused cable TV channel called MTV, marking the beginning of music as both visual and audio medium. In addition, the standardized musical instrument digital interface, which is MIDI, was introduced in 1983 and began to facilitate communication between computers and music instruments. The fourth industrial revolution that refers to the transformation of industrial environments characterized by the maximization of automation, driven by the artificial intelligence, AI. It began to be mentioned at the World Economic Forum held in Davos, Switzerland in January 2016, only 8 years ago. In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, boundaries between industries are collapsing due to the influence of AI. The boundaries breaking phenomenon is not exclusive to any particular industry. One of the most significant changes in music production during the fourth industrial revolution is the emergence of AI-driven acoustic instruments and replacements of performers. With virtual instruments and digital audio workstation, all aspects of music production, including composition, arrangements, MIDI work, can already be automated by programmer. So one programmer can do everything: composition, editing, and performance. So the other side means that we lose our job as a performer, as a composer, because one person who can use all this program can do everything. Ultimately, this trend leads to predictions that AI may even replace humans in creative areas previously considered unique human, including composition and performance. In 2016, Italian pianist Roberto Proceda engaged in a piano competition with AI robot pianist. The robot name is Tio. With artificial intelligence robot pianist, He could play accurately with tons of repertoire. But the robot pianist is still struggling to replicate the emotional nuance of a human pianist. To preserve and advance human culture without compromising the essence of music as an art form, the field of music education should prepare for and respond to the changes brought about the Fourth Industrial Revolution. During the past 3 years, the pandemic, there has been a significant increase in the use of digital media as music education, teaching and learning material. In this chapter, I will briefly review the state of digital media usage in music education in Korea. I and my colleague conducted a survey targeting 37 middle and high school music teachers in South Korea who conducted remote music education during the first semester of year 2020. During the actual pandemic period, various remote education platforms were utilized to conduct different types of remote classes. In South Korea, video conferencing tools such as Naver Line, Google Hangout, MS Teams, Zooms, and Cisco WebEx were commonly used for real-time interactive lessons. During the pandemic, many Korean teachers and students, we used the KakaoTalk and Naver Lines. But preparing for this conference, I communicated only with WhatsApp. I never used before, but just to firstly download this app, and I found out that you're rarely using email with foreign professors preparing this big conference, unless I know the telephone number of one of the faculty member, Professor Yudi, then I never, communicated with one of you preparing members. Anyway, the teachers were asked about the platforms that they utilize for non-face-to-face online remote music classes. They answered that to share information and acquisition and sharing purpose, the majority used YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. To support teacher and student activities, they answered that they are using Google Classroom and MS Teams. And to support remote classes, they used Zoom and WebEx platform. And EBS, which is Educational Broadcasting System, which is South Korea's public educational broadcasting network that was the main, contributors for the pandemic period. Naver Cafe, Naver Forum, and school websites, e-learning platforms, and KakaoTalks were used. And the next survey result regarding the software and programs used by teachers for online remote music classes are presented on the screen. That it was observed that teachers use a varying number of programs ranging from 1 or 2 to 6 to 7 and more based on their equipment and their ICT competences for video editing and screen recording and presentation tool and note-taking apps. So many softwares were used at one time. Unlike other subjects, music classes require more equipment and teaching media for online lessons because of their delicate sound delivery. First and foremost, to conduct live remote music education lessons, the essential equipment includes laptop with built-in microphone and camera. And for live teaching tools, we used Skype, Zoom, FaceTime, or Hangouts, Naver Band. And for online platform, Google Classroom, MS Teams, and Classroom Zooms were used. In terms of remote teaching platforms, Skype allowed screen sharing, but it lacks additional features. So many Korean teachers prefer to use Zooms because it supports multiple camera views, it offers recording capabilities, and it allows multiple participants to join simultaneously. Maybe in this time, the committee is using the Zoom, right? Yes. For a multiple number of participants. Next, in music education, for remote video lessons, it offers a solution for areas with weaker internet connections. Essentially, pre-recorded videos enable interaction between teachers and students. The teacher can watch provide feedback on practice video uploaded by students before the lesson begins. So the teacher should prepare, more time than actual lesson spot. For institutions and individuals without a dedicated portal to handle large video uploads, using a YouTube account for video uploads is recommended. The next picture is my piano studio. To upgrade this system, I added extra microphone. Can you see the microphone on the top of a piano? For better quality of sound. And I added extra webcam to show my hands playing on the keyboard. So on the tripod, stand, I equipped my extra camera. And I played some pieces, and students could see my hands. And second, tablet, this iPad. I purchased to share the music score with my student, to see the same music score and by mirroring function. And finally, the most advanced level is the use of MIDI. So most of composition major students and teachers, they use this MIDI before the pandemic period. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the digital transformation of everyday life, incorporating various smart devices and educational application for online education. The year of 2022, the Korean National Revised Curriculum emphasized the establishment of a teaching, learning, and evaluation system suitable for the digital AI educational environment. In music education, the use of smart devices are mobile-based virtual instrument apps is increasing to overcome the physical limitation of classroom instruments. If you use a virtual instrument app in music education, you don't have to purchase a real life instrument if the instrument is really, really expensive one. And you can play it without spending a long time of practice. Making apps used to be only for computer experts, but now amateurs who don't know anything about computer language like me can create simple apps for everyday things. Certainly, commercialized apps often have limitations when it comes to providing content that is exactly what students need for learning. To overcome such limitations, in Korea, recent research has been focusing on teachers using free app development, avoiding the need to learn programming languages such as Java or C++. So free app development tools enable the creation of simple apps for everyday use by non-experts, such as Teachable Machine, Scratchable, and Block5, and Machine Learning for Kids, and App Inventors. I and with my colleague, we explore the enhancement of teachers' digital literacy and the potential for creating new teaching materials by using the free app development tool, App Inventor. We created a recorder learning app for elementary music education. Using app inventor, block coding, it was quite easy, like a Lego block. Only year 5 or 6 year kids can, control this app. Let's briefly see my research result. This app was uploaded to mobile, but Samsung, what's that? Not iPhone. This is a Samsung phone. Here, you cannot hear the sound, unfortunately. I collected 10 or 12 simple songs for record study. This is the front page is the contents. So students can collect what they need to practice. And the background, you can see the brown and red and purple color, that's block coding. And then on the mobile, the music score is uploaded. And I developed the student slow tempo recording sound and fast tempo for performance use recording sound. And I also prepared the piano accompaniment, the slow tempo for practice and fast tempo for performance use. This is possible, but I'm sorry, no sound. Anyway, now this time is we need to discuss. How does the transition to a digital learning environment affect music education? What are the positive sides and what are the negative sides? And what should be considered? Many music educators answered for the positive aspects of a digital learning environment. They said, even during periods of social distancing, social interaction is possible. You can also continue your study at home, and it can overcome the physical limitation of classroom instruments. When using virtual instrument app in music education, there is no need to purchase a physical instrument, and you can play music without having or to invest a lot of time. With little time of amount, and you can perform. And without exceptional skills, you can engage in music creativity. These are the negative sides of digital learning environment. Especially applied music instruction cannot provide the experience of sound, the original quality of sound. And we need patience, flexibility, humor, and a willingness to adapt to such situations. These are all extra efforts. Online, it is challenging to regulate a student's behavior. We don't know, we can control what they are doing beside the online. And technical issues sometimes disrupt lessons and learning. The quality of learning can be influenced by the instructor's technical adaptability. If the teachers are good at technique, usage, then students can learn more. If learning is interrupted due to the technical problems, it may lead to the need for makeup sessions. That's our extra endeavor. Before I mention the consideration, I would like to share my recent ongoing research about the use of digital media for student music learning. My research topic is the impact of a practice checklist and app utilization on motivation, self-regulation, and performance achievement in non-music major college students' music instrumental learning. As you saw the app that I made, I also made for this research. The subject of research is the first grade of the Korean National University of Education, my students. A total 133 non-music major students participated. They enrolled in danso, which is Korea traditional woodwind instrument. It looks like a recorder, danso class. It took in the spring semester of this year, 2023. The participants were divided into two groups. The first group is experimental, who practiced with the music app that I made, and the controlled group practiced as usual without music app. The result of the research is interesting. Still, it's progress. We didn't publish it yet. There was a difference in practice time depending on the use of Danso practice app. However, there was no correlation between practice time and performance results. As you expect, more practice time expects better performance achievement? No. The amount of time practice is important. The most important thing is quality of your practice. But the use of app didn't affect it. The highest performance group was those with the practice journal, which is quite analog. In a diary, every day we write down how we practice. That's the most important thing. And those without music app, which means with the music app that I made, that the teacher gave, then students are dependent on the technology. That's why they don't think by themselves creatively how to practice. So the use of app had an impact only on rhythm assessment results, but there was no correlation with overall performance achievement. The use of digital media apps in music learning does not significantly impact on performance achievement. This implies really, really important thing in music learning, that the digital media, digital environment cannot cover. This is the last chapter. The ancient Greek philosopher Plato, he stated in his Republic, music influences human personality. If you listen to good music, then you will be a good person. If you listen to bad music, then you will be a bad person. But we don't know what is good and bad music is. However, we still believe the statement, the most influential perspective on the existence of music education until today. However, unfortunately, some educators have misinterpreted this, using music education as a tool for character education. In response to this, Herbert Reed emphasized that Plato's educational theory should be understood not as art education for the development of character, but rather the character education should be the result of a sincere art education. Do you agree? Yes? So, I'd like to conclude my presentation by suggesting that when we teach music, that let's remember the essence of music education, which restore the essence of human nature. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Kwon. Okay, once again, thank you so much for Professor Kwon. I thought some points I have noted in my note here close to what we experienced during the pandemic teaching practice. Yeah, just like using LMS and its problems, and then the impact you noted from your research. It's almost the same, I think. Probably it's just different, like different type of practice, okay, and different type of environment. But controlling, difficult to control the students, hard to say. Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Sumi Kwon. That's great, really good presentation, and you may have a seat back. Later on, if we still have much time, the student side and participant sides can have a questions for Ms. Sumi Kwon. Thank you, Miss. Okay. We come to the next agenda. We will have a presentation from invited speakers. And I'm going to call the invited speakers one by one to have the podium. First, we have Dr. Muhammad Fazli Taib bin Sairani, a Dean Faculty of Music and Performing Arts from Sultan Idris Education University, UPSI, Malaysia. Welcome. Welcome, Bang Fazli. Okay. How are you, Bang Fazli?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin bin Abdul Aziz from Graphic Design and Digital Media College of Creative Arts, UITM, Malaysia. Okay, so Dr. Nasiruddin is in the online site. Okay, before we call the next speakers, I would like to check whether the audio visual is fine. Good morning, Mr. Muhammad Nasiruddin. Can we hear? Okay, probably still preparing. Okay, and the next one is Mr. Patrick Gunawan Hartono from University of Melbourne. Okay, it's also from the online site. Okay, give warm welcome first for Mr. Dr. Nasiruddin and Mr. Patrick. And the next one we have here is Dr. Rita Miliartini, MSI, from Fakultas Pendidikan Seni dan Desain Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Selamat pagi, Bu. Okay, first of all, allow me to read the short biography or short CV, brief CV of each speakers. Because after this, all speakers will deliver their speech, deliver their presentations in turns, immediately. And after that, we will have Q&A session. The first one, we have Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Taib bin Sairani. Is it correct?
Yes.
Bang? Okay. Okay. And currently, Dr. Fazli Taib worked as a Dean Faculty of Music and Performing Arts, Sultan Idris Education University, UPSI, Malaysia. And he is alumnus of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, for doctoral program in Performing Arts and Visual Arts Studies. And alumnus of University Science Malaysia for Master Degree of Arts for Dance Education. And alumnus of University Malaysia Sabah for Bachelor of Arts in Creative Arts. Is it correct? Okay. And the second speaker here we have in the online site, we have Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin bin Abdul Aziz. Okay. He's currently work in graphic design and digital media in the College of Creative Arts, UITM, Malaysia. He's the alumnus of University Teknologi Mara, Cawang, Perak, Malaysia, for PhD program in Design and Built Environment, and Master Degree of Visual Communication and New Media in University Teknologi Mara, Bachelor of Art and Design, HONS, Graphic Design, University Teknologi Mara, and Diploma in Art and Design in University Teknologi Mara. So it's originally from University Teknologi Mara. Okay, and the next we have Patrick Gunawan Hartono. From University of Melbourne, he currently works as a casual lecturer in electronic music production, University of New England, Australia. He's also still working as a teaching assistant in University of Melbourne. And he's now ongoing in PhD research, PhD program in University of Melbourne. And the last, we have Ibu Dr. Rita Miliartini, MSI, from Faculty of Arts and Design Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Okay, so that's a brief introductory for our speakers of the day. Let's come to the first agenda. We would like to give our time and place for our distinguished first speaker, Dr. Muhammad Fazli Taib bin Sairani. Give applause for him.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. A very long biography about me. Actually, you should proud. I'm graduated from Universitas of Gajah Mada. So I can speak Indonesia. But for today, my presentation is all in English. But I will try my best to explain a very interesting topic for this. A very nice topic is related about the digital culture in art education and design. So before that, I will try to check my PowerPoint first, and then I will start my presentation. I think I need this. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, a very interesting discussion from the keynote speaker and from Professor Susan, right? Suni, a very interesting discussion. But for me, because my focus is actually in dance, and before that, I want to say thank you very much. My appreciation to Professor Juju, Masuna, and Professor Trianti and Dr. Heni, because organized the conference. We have a lot of conversation, and I'm so happy because with all of the facility and foods here in Bandung, make me want to come here again for the next trip. So for today presentation, my focus is more about dancing, but I focus into several topic, which is I will introduce, no, not introduce, I will discuss what I did in my university, and also what is the plan that we can do as an educator, as a researcher, to see the future of the digital culture, especially in terms on research and application. So today, I will introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Fazli Taib bin Sairani. You can call me Fazli. I'm an associate professor in dance studies in University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. You call that Sultan Idris Education University. Currently, I'm at the Dean of Faculty of Music and Performing Arts. So let's think about the digital, the perspective about the digital culture. I think all of you have a good concern about what we can see regarding this perspective. I know some of the conventional teachers, educators are really not happy with this application, especially using multimedia, using platform of Google, Zoom, and many things. But this is the time that we should face it as an educator. So for today's presentation, I would like to not only give a suggestion, but also give a very interesting concept what we can blend together, especially about arts. Some of the people say that, oh, we cannot teach into the platform because we need to transfer the soul. We need to give the soul to the students. Is it right? We cannot put all of the material in like one of the platform. So what we can see now is we try to make sure our thinking go beyond, which is we try to blend these arts into the digital platform, that we not only can preserve our arts and culture, but also we can market our arts and culture around the world. So my topic is dancing in the digital domain, facilitating collaborative learning in the digital age, based on my previous research. Let's discuss about, I will discuss about the presentation objective. So this presentation explores the impact of digital tools and platform on collaborative learning within the context of dance education. I know because my field is dance, so maybe you can have like some sort like to try to maybe adapt what I try to present today. It emphasizes the capacity of these tools to enhance engagement, facilitate the transfer of knowledge, and promote creativity. It explores the phenomena of collaborative learning in the context of the digital era, with a specific emphasis on the influence of online platform in facilitating the development of virtual communities in teaching and learning. The discussion highlights the significance of conducting further implementing optimal approaches in using digital technologies for collaborative learning. So we think how technology has an impact on the education field. Of course, this is a collision that we as an educator must have a good balancing. Not only we are educators to teach the students, but we are educators must have a time to plan. Like the previous keynote speaker said, nowadays we should plan to give a good material using the technology. We should use the camera. We should have a time to make this material that the students can understand what we teach. Of course, we need a good handphone, a good gadget, a good computer to make sure all of this material can transfer and to give to the students. This is the circulation that we should understand in this era, digital age, maybe one of the challenges as an educator. So education, community, learning. The circulation actually very important, not only to see the development of education, but of course the impact of the field of our program, especially in dance, theater, music, and all related about arts. This is one of my projects in Singapore. So during the COVID, I teach Malay dance, but this is more about for exercises. So of course, I have to plan to bring my students to join together with me. So some of the participants from Singapore using the application Zoom. So the interesting part is I must make sure all of my space in my house empty. Empty. So because the students need to follow my movement. So this is one of the challenges. So we try to make sure the students need to understand what I teach. Of course, we try to make sure this material interesting? Because for your information, after the 15 minutes, the students just turn off the camera. They don't want to join us, join me as an educator, me as an instructor. So this is also one of maybe one week plan to make sure the students understand what is the objective of this session. So we teach like a simple of warm up using Malay dance. You see that you can hear the joget sound. So we have the participants from Singapore, Indonesia, and also Malaysia. I don't want to dance now. Just okay, this is about the teaching and learning process. Okay, so how the interaction between the instructor and the students or the participant and involved together. We go to the next. This is one of the products that I made for the kindergarten in Malaysia that called Senam Kami, which is all of the details step by step put together in one video for the teachers to learn this dance and make sure the dance more interactive, because we don't want to put in one thing just around the campus because it is Education University Malaysia. The movement is very simple, but one of the editors, Shakib here, one of my students, he tried to edit to make sure this video interesting. So another PR untuk terus. How to make sure this video interesting? How to make sure this blend together and the students can understand what we give to the participant. So, of course, when we see the product, when we see the process, it's a lot of challenges. Of course, the lecturer don't have much time to this kind of this workshop. PR, which is the homework. We need to make sure all of the objectives include in one video, and we also must have a good syllabus to make sure that students understand. So what we can see this, it is all about the integration of technology in education. I think the transformation impact of technology, especially the digital tools and platform on education. That's why one of the important tasks for the educator nowadays is to make sure all of the platform, all of the like Zoom, like the Kahoot, can easy for us to use to make sure the students not only understand, but they can blend together and understand what the objective of the courses. Of course, the enhanced learning resources is very important because for now, you can see the conventional teaching and learning practices is not longer to be good as a digital age. That's why we need to understand that a lot of sources, especially in my university, we try to buy a lot of computer like smart classroom to make sure this interaction can make it in teaching and learning class. So number 2 is virtual workshop and masterclass. I know in Indonesia, in Malaysia, during the COVID, we have a lot of virtual workshop. We have a lot of festival. That's a good thing about COVID. We can see a lot of performance around the world. Suddenly I can see a lot of Sundanese dance in Malaysia. We don't have a time to go to Bandung because of the COVID, but we have a time to watch the video and then we can feel the soul of the dance. This is also one of the interesting part, especially when we talk about teaching and learning integration of technology. Maybe we no longer to have a 3-hour class. Maybe we have a one workshop and we put together like 2 or 3 material inside the virtual workshop and masterclass. Collaborative performance project. Nowadays, this is a very huge interaction because I saw some of the performance which is in interdisciplinary performance using multimedia, using videography in the dance performance project. Some sort like, it's very difficult, but nowadays, all of the generation love to use this one. They can put together, they can blend together and produce one product. So I think collaborative performance, it's also one of the significant, especially in related to the contemporary education practices. Accessibility and inclusivity, and also real-time feedback and assessment. Nowadays, I think the assessment, we must make sure this assessment is no longer on paper. Maybe we can use the one of the application that can see the real-time feedback and the assessment. Like, you know, YouTube, if you perform the one particular of the dance, a lot of comment, positive and negative comment. So negative comment, put aside. Positive comment, you can develop yourself. So this is also one of the tasks for the educator, not only to give the feedback in the website, in YouTube, but also the assessment also can make the real-time feedback and real-time assessment for the students. We go to the context of the collaborative, which is related in my presentation today. So the collaborative performance project in dance education actually not only in the performance context, especially performance in YouTube or the digital performance. We can see that the involvement students working together on creative production. So yeah, during the COVID, anything can happen, anything can make changes, especially suddenly one from Indonesia, one from Singapore, one from Malaysia, doing together one production in theater production. We call that theater daring, maybe, online theater. This kind of collaborative, it's very huge, especially to see that the physical located in different places and the technology make it a very role significant to have a collaboration. So I moved to the global collaboration that students from various geographical location can come together virtually to create and perform dance piece. That's why I think after COVID, we don't see the virtual performance anymore because COVID ran. So yeah, you should do something about it because this is also one of the teaching and learning practices that also can involve a lot of feedback, not only for the audience, and also diverse perspectives, especially collaboratively across regions, being culture, artistic, and perspective, and the real-time interaction between the online platform. This is also very interesting because like we do one of the workshop, and then suddenly the lecturer will give the comment immediately. This is also one of the interesting real-time interaction, not only to get a good comment, but like I say, we can see the development into the process of communication with the lecturer and the students in the real-time setting. Number 4 is interdisciplinary opportunity. Digital tools also allows for interdisciplinary collaboration where dancer can work with musician, virtual artists or filmmakers, expanding the possibility of their performance. This is the setting that I think one of the collaborative that we can explore as a not only educator, but also for our teaching and learning practices. Next slide is, it's very broken English, sorry about that. So, public pedagogy in dance education. I think now, during COVID, we did it. Now, we still have a conventional because some sort like, kita orang seni, we need to see the soul, we need to give the soul to the students, and then fighting together with conventional people and the teenagers. Because of we want to give the students the soul. So how to give the soul to the students? Because like like me, when I'm practicing the dance, I need to see the lecturer, the teachers, the demonstration. We copy the movement, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to see the soul. So, sometimes it's very difficult to do the kind of the recording, the video, but it must for nowadays. And how to deliver the soul actually in terms on the communication. I think the communication for the digital teaching and learning, it's also very important to get the interaction between the class, between the students and the community. So the public pedagogy in dance education refers to the educational and informative aspect of dance performance and that are accessible to a broader public audience. I think we did it. In Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Asia, and around the world, we did it. Because we have a lot of workshop, we have a lot of masterclass, we have a lot of conference, and public can enter and listen the material, learn the dance, learn the visual, learn the theater together. This is also one of the, we call that public pedagogy, which is we try to make a setting which is we engage, educate, and create social and cultural awareness. Sometimes when we do a research about the preservation of the dance, the heritage of the music, sometimes one of the statement of problem, the community don't understand about the dance. The community don't want to do the dance of music. The community don't know about the dance. Now we have a time, we have a space. The public pedagogy is our space, our interaction. We can give to the audience, we can give to the students with our project. Because we want to take this project for the preservation, for the cultural heritage. I know some of the students do a lot of research about the culture, about the dance, arts, music, and theater, maybe at the village. We cannot find this art performance anymore. So this is the platform that we can propose in our collaborative performance project and public pedagogy. But from there, the community engagement, the social community, the culture exchange and artistic expression can explore and can to show to the public with the engage the broader community. I think one of the best thing about public pedagogy, not only in dance education, it's related about the engagement that we can explore as educators and our students to make sure more inclusive and impactful. We go to the next. This is, I'm so sorry, I give one of example of the video. I think in my left side, the video from Sekolah Menengah Kejuruan in Bandung, maybe in Bandung. So this is one of the using the TikTok. I know. Pelajaran seni budaya praktik. And the next video is also very interesting. They introduce all of the ragam, all of the movement type using a different music. Because if you use a very traditional music, it's but this kind of video, actually, this video very famous. All of around the world can learn a very simple dance, Sundayan dance from Indonesia. This is one of the preservation that we can do, maybe. Okay? And now, another video is from teenagers from Indonesia, how to do a modern dance skills. A very simple. But I think from there, the community, the students can understand and not only understand, but can deliver it well with the friends and yeah, you know. So this is one of my research about collaborative learning during the COVID. The title you can just scan in research in dance education. The title is Collaborative Learning Among Dance Students in Teaching and Creative Development Course, Coping Strategies of Practical Dance Classes During COVID-19 Pandemic. So my presentation actually, me as an educator and me as a lecturer, make the class more collaborative, because you know what? The students don't want to spend 3 hours using Zoom and only see me as a teacher, as an educator, as a lecturer. They don't want to do that. They want to do more interaction. So what I did is, we try to do a collaborative learning, which is I put all of the material in OOPSI, we call that My Guru. From there, the students will discuss together. We give a task with the students and do the exploration using own handphone, and then exploit. Next class, we do the on assessment and reflection. From there, we have the interaction. Rather than I read around 30 slides, the students don't want to understand, because suddenly the students say that the internet connection is very bad, suddenly hujan, raining, the connection is very bad. So I put it together. I blend together. I put only 1 hour class, but 2 hours synchronous learning, which is a discussion using WhatsApp and also email. So this is one of the example of the collaborative learning. And also next is the transdisciplinary perspective, which is using a lot of arts subject into the mathematics, any related language and theater. So the 7 ways to increase student engagement using technology, it's of course number 1, the virtual reality. The virtual reality, it's immersively engage students in simulated learning experience. I know learning experience is like individual learning experience, but for me, the learning experience is very interesting, because from there, we understand what the student need, what the student want. So the virtual reality, especially if we are very loyal teachers or lecturer, we try to make the engagement between the students. From there, we can have what is the learning experience that the students feel when they take our class. And of course, the learning videos engage students through good storytelling and animation. This is also one of the challenges. That's why this is our task as an educator. Suddenly, we must have a good idea to put into the storytelling and animation. That's why sometimes, if the student it's like need a very interesting material, they need like animation. Video, because from there they can understand. Because for your information, everyone, I think one of the considerations as educator nowadays is to do the engagement between the students and the lecturer. It's also very important. How we engage it is to make a very useful or utilize all of the digital platform in our teaching and learning practice. And number 3 is flipped classroom. Number 4 on online quizzes. And number 5, educational application. And number 6 is multimedia assessment. And number 7, gamification. I know nowadays we have like a final examination. And also we have a very long final examination with the students. I think this is the time for us to utilize the multimedia assessment as our tools for our education. And 3 minutes, okay. So this is our problem, limited access to digital resources. I know in Asia especially, we have a problem especially related about the internet connection. So we we must have a plan to see the problem, especially to ensuring the benefit of digital tools can utilize wider range. So now the 10 skills for modern teachers, of course, that I think when we talk about the digital teaching and learning, of course, the preparation, the lecturer, the educator must have a plenty of time to prepare as well, and also to make sure this material is interesting. You must put many things, especially related about the animation and Kahoot that can engage between the students and the lecturer. So I like to highlighting this, one of the comment from Dr. Chandra. He said that peran guru sebagai content creator pendidikan, the role of teacher as education content creator. I know it's very difficult nowadays, but this is our task as a lecturer, as educator, to make sure the important content developer in digital age can develop well. And of course, they utilize digital tools to personalize learning and engage learners. And of course, the educator create a variety of online resources to up-to-date content, especially our material, our lesson plan, everything. And the last thing is continuous learning keeps educators current in the digital era. I know what I learned before this, especially I learned dance, is not same nowadays. So this is also our challenge to make sure the students not only to understand, but the engagement between the educators and the students. Matur nuhun.
Okay, thank you so much for Bang Dr. Muhammad Fazil Taib bin Serani. Okay, I think we should immediately jump to the next speakers to optimize the time. Once again, thank you so much, Bang Fazil, for the presentation.
Thank you, moderator.
Okay, the next we will call Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin bin Abdul Aziz. He will talk on the exploring the impact of TikTok affiliate marketing on creativity among art and design students. Mr. Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin. You may check the audio and visual first. Okay, we haven't heard clearly. Okay. Okay, we can hear you, but it's a bit low.
Is it clear?
Okay, clear.
All right.
Okay, time is yours, Mr. Muhammad Nasiruddin.
Can you see my slide?
Yes.
All right.
Nanti di pinggir.
Okay, thank you, moderator, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleague, distinguished professor, and all participants. Thank you for inviting me to share in this session. Also, thanks to the Zoom for connecting us today. My topic today is exploring Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin bin Abdul Aziz. Okay, uh, I also actually now concerned on the research about the videography on TikTok and Instagram too. And it's interesting because I found some opportunity and also negative side that that make me not recommend TikTok or Instagram for some purpose, including marketing. Okay, thank you so much once again, Mr. Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin, for presenting, exploring the impact of TikTok affiliate marketing on creativity among art and design students. Okay. Again, to optimize the time, we will jump to the next speaker first. We will have Mr. Patrick Gunawan Hartono from University of Melbourne. Okay, and this is in the online site. Okay, we would like to welcome you and please you to check the audio and visual first before we begin. Okay, Mr. Patrick Gunawan Hartono, please.
Yeah. Can you see my slide?
Okay, clear.
Okay, perfect. Can I start?
Yeah, we can see you, your PowerPoint, and your voice is clear enough.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's been a pleasure actually to be invited here and share my experience. And first of all, I would like to make the clarification. So
Not yet. Sorry to interrupt, sir. You got 3 minutes left. Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Patrick Gunawan Hartono. It was about the integration of the traditional sabetan techniques and modern interactive technologies. It's complex work, I think. Begin from the wayang and then you process it into computerizations process, then become a new work. But at the final, it looks like wayang actually. Yeah? The final work looks like wayang.
Yeah, the final works look like wayang. So that's why I was really grateful with the presentation from Prof. Sumi, because honestly, every time I need to present my work in academic Indonesia, it's a bit hard. It's cover a lot of knowledge things.
Yeah.
It's really anxious for me to where to start to explain.
Yeah.
But hopefully through my presentation can give a different perspective on how digitalization can be used in music education.
Okay. So once again, thank you so much for Mr. Patrick Gunawan Hartono. We go to the last but not least speaker. Here we have Ibu Dr. Rita Miliartini, MSI. She is the lecturer of music education in FPSD, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. So, Ibu Dr. Rita Miliartini, time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It's going to be tired, maybe, most of the participants. So I want to start my presentation with a game. Okay?
Not singing.
Yeah.
Not singing.
Okay. If okay. I say that I'm sleepy, you have to answer yes.
I'm sleepy. Yes.
Yes.
Your gesture is no.
Okay.
But you say yes.
But if I said, are you sleepy? No. Okay.
Okay. Would you like to repeat, Miss?
Are you sleepy?
No.
Are you sleepy?
No.
Are you sleepy?
No.
Oh, are you sleeping?
Yes.
Don't do that. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Going to be afternoon. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you very much for the committee in this seminar, this conference, to invite me as one of the speakers in this panel sessions. I'm Rita Miliartini. Yes, as the moderator said, that actually I'm a lecturer. I'm an educator in music educations. My major focus is to help teachers facing the future challenge in our society. I would like to discuss rather different topics with the other speakers. Yes. Oh, belum di ini kayaknya. Ini ya belum ya. Nah, itu. Sok sama. Nah, itunya belum duplicate. Oke, oh diiniin dulu ya di itu dulu apa? Present dulu. On. Oke. Oh, nggak mau laptopnya. Nggak support, nggak connect ya.
Nggak kebaca gitu sih. Iya.
Kalau mau pakai yang panitia boleh.
Boleh Bu.
Udah di panitia ada itunya?
Udah.
PPT-nya. Iya. Okay. Panitia will help me. Yes. Okay. So let's start no matter ya. Tidak ada laptop. I want to deliver my paper tema in two languages, in Indonesia and also in English, because maybe I cannot.
Tapi belum dapat PTT-nya Bu.
Di Nadine? Caranya gimana?
Lewat WA aja Bu.
WA ke Bapak ya?
Ya.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, while waiting for the fixing the technical problem, I would like to inform you that after this panelist and Q&A session, you will have a parallel session in the break room, both offline and online. This specific room will be informed by the Master of Ceremony.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah. My topic for this session is about music education, technology, and the human existence. Most of the speakers has been delivered the idea about the benefit, positive impact of the technology and how to use technology for the innovations. But I want to focusing on the theme in this conference to improve the quality of education and society. Seems like the other speakers, especially Professor Sumi, has exploring the technological use for music education, especially. And then the last speakers also give an idea to me, yeah, and maybe for the others that we can make an innovation using technology. But technology has changed our lives, like Professor Sumi said. We just tap your gadget and such thing can be done. Saya bisa pesan makanan, I can buy food and call the Grab car to help me go to my campus. It makes my life more easier than before. Maybe it seems with all of you. But besides the positive impact of the technology for our lives, I want to memberikan garis bawah. Is it, Mr. Moderator? Yeah, given in line, yeah. Underline the statements of Mr. Uluwi Sewa that the domination of materialistic values causing our relationship with fellow humans and with nature to be selfish and exploitative. What kinds of materialistic values means? Mr. Uluwi Sewa said that it's like money-oriented, and then penghargaan, ingin dihargai, appreciation, need and appreciations, and then ingin diundang, invited, like invited speakers dihargai, yeah. So not give, but mendapat, take, get, not take, but get, yeah? Get an appreciations, get money, get appreciations, get applause, like that, yeah. Another, I saw the phenomena that make me cannot sleep well because it happens in today our society. Technology and today music performance, I think not aware with the human's existence. amplification and sound loudness more than 90 decibels always come to our surroundings when we come to the festivals of music or another concert of music in open space. And according to research by Wartinger, Molyak, and Potnev, and also Stadio et al., and maybe another researcher, that 80 until 90% of professional musicians suffered hearing loss. And if we saw the statistic from the WHO, World Health Organizations, in the 2020, it will be more people that have a hearing impairment. What should we do as a music educator? What I mean with human existence is sebuah kesadaran, awareness, but the awareness that we are human as God creator, or man as God creator. We are human as social creature, and we are a human that live in nature. I'd like to propose the philosophical of educations. Philosophy of Music Education by David Elliott and Silverman, Marisa Silverman, about praxial philosophy. Before defining what is music education, Elliott said that, and think that music is multidimensional human phenomenon involving two interlocking forms of intentional human activity, music making and music listening, or in the short sentence, musical practice. Why there is no music at all if there are no people, no men, no musician making music or musicing. And then no music at all if there are nobody who listening the music that is listenable. So this is what he said, interlocking forms of intentional human activity. This activity always in the specific context, maybe specific context, it means culture, maybe situations. So learning to know music from different contexts, it is make not only knowing about music, have a skill to play music, have a skill to create music, but knowing, understanding, and try to feeling another feelings of another humans with another culture. By making music and listening music, it will be a possible to growing to musical understanding. Yeah. The left side, musicianship. Musicianship is musical thinking and knowing that get from the active making. And then listenership also, musical thinking and knowing that get through the active listening. So musicianships and listenerships both are saling mempengaruhi, interrelations, yeah, influence and interrelations to bring musical understanding. And there are a lot of points that explain about the procedural, the verbal, experiential, intuitive, situated, appreciative, ethical, and metacognitive. And what kind of contribution of music education to human existence according to this philosophical of music education? First, Melissa said that music educators should teach democratically, creatively, and ethically toward empowering students' ability to achieve full human flourishing through critically reflective music making and listening of all kinds. Teachers have a civic responsibility to develop students' awareness of why and how they should engage in music making for self and community transformation. Now, I choose these philosophical views because I think it's challenging to use these views to solve the phenomenon about materialistic values, and then what I have said before, yeah? I propose that we have to concern with the procedure, how to give a decision about technology. I think decision about technological use depend on what are learning objectives and model of learning we will use. Menggaris bawahi, underlining the learning objectives is very important. For example, in Indonesian case, most of the teachers usually write the learning objectives such as students can sing well the traditional song in unison, or students can arrange a music ensemble well. Yeah. So the focus is about music, and music. Skill to play music, to arrange music. And also, students can understand the characteristic of Sundanese song, for example. Yeah. But I saw a very interesting lesson plan from Teresa Kochi that get our workshop. Yeah, she is one of the lecturer who terpengaruh, influenced by our model of learning. In this lesson plan, she write the learning objective in the 4 points. First, identify a character's feelings and thoughts by exploring the children's book, Harry's Horrible Hair. Actually, she wrote it down this story by herself. And the second, using several different selections of repertoire, it means music, students will create their own movement, which allows them to express their feeling and emotions. And the third, exploring the social-emotional learning competencies. Students will discuss how we can empathize with others. Using a musical question, students will explore and create musical responses that demonstrate ways we can be respectful and helpful to others. In these learning objectives, I saw that not only focusing in music as a skills, as a knowledge, but also put another important things for our lives, especially what I said, that human existence, that man as social character. So developing social emotional competencies in our class, music educations, maybe also dance educations, art educations, design educations. I think it is important. And we have to write it down so we aware about the goals of our lessons. It not happen in our nation, Indonesia, not yet. Although character is focusing also in our kebijakan, yeah? Policy, yeah, education policy. But in the practice, how the teacher write the learning goals is not come up. In this learning objective, we can see that yes, there are musicking and listening, yeah, integrated each others. Harry is a dog with the thin hair. He is ashamed and feels sad that oh, I'm not handsome as a dog. But one day, a girl come and knit a sweater for this dog. And then the Harry very happy and confident to go everywhere using the the sweater, yeah? And then because of that, a lot of people give appreciation to the dog. Some of them mengelus kepalanya, wipe his head. Another tap the hips, and he feels happy. But one day, the sweater gone. And then he feels very sad. This is the story of Harry's horrible hair. And then it will be discussed with the children and also by singing. I want to kelihatan. Oh, nggak bisa ya? No. Okay. No matter. The song's like this. How can we have Harris? How can we have Harry? Who's feeling so sad? We'll need him a sweater, comb his thin hair, and gives him a hug and show that we care. This is the songs that singing together with the children. How can we have Harris who's feeling so sad? We'll need him a sweater, comb his thin hair, and give him a hug and show that we care. Yeah? After that, we can make a play game, but before the discussion sharing about what will you do if your friend is sad. Everybody will give an idea how to help your friends if you see your friends is sad. How can we help your friends when he is sad, when he's feeling sad, for example, like that, yeah? And the others will say that, we'll hug him, yeah? So we'll hug him and say that I'm your friends, for example, like that, yeah? The children will make another answer, several answers like that, yeah? So I think this is the strategy, not only learn to sing, improvise, or there are activities to respond the music by movement, yeah, feelings, but also discuss about, not discuss, but meningkatkan, to enhance social emotionals of the students. Okay, thank you. That's another, yeah. Another is about the models. I choose STEAM, Science, Technology, Engineering, Art, Mathematics model of learning as a strategy to build human existence, kesadaran, consciousness, yeah? Inquiring the same phenomenon from different subject matter viewpoints and with appropriate methodologies in order to find connections and see the bigger picture. This is the core of STEAM. I think maybe some of you or all of you have been known that. Using multidisciplinary approach as a strategy to realize the existence of man as a good creature, we can make first a basic equation. For example, why boys and girls' voice different? And then the second steps, inquiry from different subject matter viewpoints and methodology. For example, inquiry using music method and science method. Next. What means with the music method? First, record the girls' choir and boys' choir separately while singing the same song, unison. And the second, find out what's the difference. Another, sing the scale from the middle to the lowest voice, and from the middle to the highest voice. Oh, mama. And then compare the finding between boys and girls' voice, and using Chrome Music Lab, find out the voice spectrum of girl voice and boys' voice. If we use the science method, the first, analyze the characteristic of Adam apple between boy and girl. Observe the string of guitar. Pluck the strings alternately with the thin one and find out what is the difference between the thick and the thin. Pluck the same string on the different fret and use tuner to know the frequencies. Find out the difference. Watch video about human voice. Watch video about hearing process and make the conclusions. Back to 10th slide, please. Yes. I think after the discussion, reflection, the student can make a conclusion and realize that human voice is a complex system as a God's creator. Thank you very much. I'm not close my presentation with conclusions, but I hope you will be ask me and discuss in this very wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Dr. Rita Miliartini, MSI. Okay, now we are going to the next session, Q&A. Okay, because we have a very limited time, so I will open the question for 3 participants first. And just raise your hand and name an institution and to whom do you want to ask. Okay, the first question come from Mr. from the back seat. Please. You may come forward if you, okay, right there. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
I would like to know how the millennial generation could still have much attention about traditional music comparing, because right now we are known in Indonesia also famously with modern music like K-pop and everything. So if we cannot maintain our traditional music, maybe there will be gone. Also for Mr. Sorry. It's okay. It's just a question. Thank you.
Sorry, before leaving, your name and to whom do you want to ask? Because you haven't said as you hold the mic.
My name is Bubun, B-U-B-U-N. My question is for Mr. Professor Subon from Korea.
Okay.
Thank you.
Profesor Sumikwon. Okay. Oh, boleh kasih mic-nya ke.
Excuse me, could you ask the question just to picking up the point? You mean that the traditional music is going to be diminished, kind of? last year in Korea, it was time to revise our national curriculum development. By that time, our music educators, how can I say that? We fought because Korean traditional musicians, music educators, they emphasized to put more traditional music into our music curriculum and music textbook. That's the positive side and negative side, because the music curricula and music textbook in Korea, the music textbook is developed under the guidance of the nation, Korea. The content is limited, but the young generation, they are more open to the K-pop or 20th century, the music. They really don't like, frankly speaking, traditional music, even classical music either. So in a limited boundary of curricula and textbook contents, traditional music educators, they fought to put more stuff into it. But by that time, I realized that that's not only the job of music educators. That's also the part of music performers. For instance, BTS. I didn't know who he was. My two boys, my two sons, love them. Tomorrow maybe I will sing and dance about the BTS and Blackpink. However, that's not a part of education. That's performance. Then people love it, and they want to learn more and more. In other words, if traditional music performers, they do more and they, they appeal, musically, or they play a fascinating job in worldwide, like BTS, then Indonesian people and Korean people will fall in love of traditional music. The problem is the traditional musicians are staying just back, staying quietly, kind of. They have to play more actively. I think I can say this because I'm a pianist and a music educator at the same time. If I'm researching music education only on the desk, I'm not saying at this point. Music performers, classic music, it's like in these days, Korean pianist Yoon Chan Lim, he won the Van Clavier competition and Song Jin Chopin competition. It's like that. The traditional musicians go out to worldwide and move the mind, move the feeling of the national people. That's the first point. And then music educators should help each other. I don't want the Korean traditional music disappear at all. Even Indonesian people have the same idea. But that's not the job of music educators only. Music performers move first. Then people will be moved. And they will be fascinated more and more. That's the way that I would like to insist. Is that enough? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Sumikwan. Okay. Okay, the second question. Maybe the participants are from the second floor. Okay, we have the next question from the right side.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask to Professor Pazli. I want to know about how the policy about gen educations in Malaysia. How about curriculum policy curriculum policy in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak namanya tadi Ayo from
Pak Ayo Sunario.
Okay. Actually, the question is not about my presentation, but it's like an introduction of my curriculum in Malaysia, especially in dance. So, for information, we have dance program, especially from the diploma and bachelor degree until master and PhD. For your information, we are still new, we are still young, because our curriculum started from 2005, which is a formal education setting. Because for your information, for the university program, the ministry handle for the curriculum is from Ministry of Higher Education. So we have a separate, not like Indonesia. So what is the policy, the question about policy? We have a very general policy, especially related about arts and culture. So the university have their own thinking, ideology, what they want to produce, especially the students. Like in my university, because this question is very big question, so I will focus in my university, in Sultan Idris Education University, because we are focus university, which is education university. What we plan to our student is not only focus on performance itself, but we blend with the teaching and learning practices for the students, which is the students after they graduated, they can be a trainer, not only a teacher. But the very interesting part about the policy, we also have our own policy, which is the education policy that we can embed it in our curriculum. But we also have the policy from the government, which is related in arts and culture heritage. So from there, we sit together, blend with the national policy, arts policy, and the university policy, make sure these students have the understanding with these three policies that very important for their program. So related about your question, how my dance program do the implementation, especially about the policy, we put in our subject or courses. And from there, we can see the progress of the students, especially to understand not only the dance itself, but understanding about the government demand, number one. Number two is what is the culture policy that we, the government, Malaysian government, do it for our nation, for our country. And also how the education system, especially in university, it's blend together to support each other. This is one of the pillar, because we have pillar from the ministry, pillar from the university, pillar from the Ministry of Arts and Culture. So we blend together, embedded in our curriculum system. So to see the one-by-one policy, I think it's very, maybe we can have a class about the policy and arts and culture, but this is the overview about the implementation, the policy in our curriculum setting. I hope I can answer your question.
Okay, hope that answer your question.
I think maybe one of your students maybe have a, like, kenapa Malaysia, Indonesia sering berhantam because of kesenian? I think this is the question. I know that. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, I speak in Indonesia. Eyang saya asli Indonesia. Mereka berhijrah, migrasi ke Malaysia. They immigrate in Malaysia. Mereka kangen sama kesenian mereka. Terjadilah Zapin, diaspora Zapin di Malaysia. Diaspora tari-tari rakyat di Malaysia. Sayang sekali tidak ada tulisan soal itu. Yang ada adalah Malaysia claim kesenian Indonesia This is very crucial part. You must understand bagaimana Pak Soeharto datang ke Tanah Melayu pada tahun 1957 memberikan semua orang-orang Indonesia ke Malaysia untuk bekerja. Itu tidak pernah tercatat di sejarah kesenian Melayu Indonesia, Melayu Malaysia. But if you go to Malaysia, you will see ada nama perkampungan Soeharto karena Pak Soeharto pernah memberikan migrasi daripada Indonesia ke Malaysia untuk mengerjakan pabrik sawit sama karet. Sorry, I speak Indonesia. Yes. Because I want all of you to understand this is not about claiming, but this is the reality of our culture, our nation. We are not saying that this is our culture because masa nenek saya pencuri? Of course, eyang saya itu adalah eyang yang mencintai budaya mereka. Saya sudah bisa melihat Pancasila usia saya 5 tahun. Waktu itu saya tidak tahu Indonesia. But because of my grandmother very love Indonesia, karena dia mendapat KTP pada usianya 60 tahun di Malaysia. So this is one of the scenario what is happening in Malaysia that we, especially in Indonesia, don't understand the historical behind the Indonesian and Malaysia, especially related about culture, arts, and heritage. I know some of you are very angry with me. Please don't, because we have a very strong connection, especially related about art and culture. Itulah polisinya, Pak.
Yes, you're right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, give applause for Mr. Fazli. Yeah. I thought that's one of the factor that make us with Malaysian quarreling. Yeah, because we don't understand the background. Okay. By the way, I couldn't extend more questions for this conference because we're close to Zuhur. Zuhur, and we also will have another parallel session in this conference. So I will stop this moderating now. But if dear all participants still have questions for each speakers, please do not hesitate to write and store it to us. We will manage to answer and post it in our media. Okay. So once again, thank you so much for all speakers. Thank you so much for Prof. Sumi Kwon for coming, and then for Abang Dr. Muhammad Fazli Taib bin Serani, and then Mr. Dr. Muhammad Nasiruddin bin Abdul Aziz, Mr. Patrick Gunawan Hartono, and Ibu Dr. Rita Miliartini, MSI. We're really glad to have you in this conference, and we wish to collaborate with you again in an exchange. Can we? Okay, we will see you again in exchange. I'm so sorry if I got a mistake during leading this conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I send back to MC.
Thank you so much, Mr. Irwan Sarbeni, for guiding us, and of course, thank you so much for our invited speakers. May we all get the value and the benefit from exposures to the material that has been given. Next, as a symbol of thanks to all the speakers, we will continue the agenda of giving souvenirs. For the first, with respect, we invited Professor Sumi Kwon to come forward, and with respect, we invite our Deputy Dean of Academic Affairs. Dr. Trianti Nugrahani MSE to hand over the souvenir. For the first, with respect, we invite Professor Sumikwan to come forward. And with respect, we invite our Deputy Dean of Academic Affairs, Dr. Trianti MSE, to hand over the souvenir. Thank you. And then we invite with respect Dr. Muhammad Fazli Talib bin Sairani to come forward. And with respect we invite our Senate of Faculty of Arts and Design Education, Professor Juju Masuna, to give the souvenir. Thank you. Next, with respect, we invited Dr. Rita Miliartini, MSE, to come forward. And with respect, we call Dr. Heni Kamalasari, MPD, as the head of the organizing committee Icade SIG, to hand over the souvenir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to enter the rest time for prayer and lunch. Then, all presenters and participants can continue activities to the parallel session, which will be guided by a liaison officer at 12:30. Ladies and gentlemen who want to take a pray, there's the prayer room in the second floor that you can use it.
Thanks God, we've done the main season. Thank you very much to the speakers, moderators, and all the participants who have listened to this event from the beginning to the end. Hopefully, a lot of knowledge will be gained to be applied in everyday life.
Alhamdulillah, praise be to our gratitude, because thanks to His grace, we can still come together to learn from these extraordinary speakers, and we can all still stay in touch in this incredible moment. May we stay healthy always.
Hopefully, there will be another Icade, the 7th in next year. The audience is awaiting its return. May peace be upon all of us.
So, I'm Mawar Siswanto and my partner,
Selfie Pratiwi. We said goodbye and see you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ibu ikut nggak? Ikut. Ikut, Mbak. Ibu mau di videoin antaran, Bu. Pas lagi di Sofi nyari lagi dadah dari situ cepet.
Emang boleh seenggak formal ini? Ikut apa?
Mau dipotong kali sama MC. Oke. Mbak, foto bentar. Dari tengah. Tenang, saya nggak akan potong.
Ini